Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Bhagadon at Stock Market Caddy, and we thought we would give you a view, doing something a little bit different right here, right now, and that is we're letting I'll kind of highlight it here. Maybe it will be me do this. Me see if how this looks here. We are robotically trading. We're going to let the machine trade the 1 minute. So when she gets into a trade, and this will be without regard to the 5 minute. Normally we like to trade in the direction of the five, but we wanted folks to be able to see some robotic trades going in and out. We'll probably mechanically intervene, meaning we might take a few scalps. But when the machine, um, the next trade, we've missed the long here. It was 46 minutes ago. So it'll be the next trade will be a short, and the machine will put the trade in. You'll see it go in, and we'll comment on it as it goes. We hope you've had a great week. It's been an interesting week to say the least. We got the Fed in and out of here. Be sure to visit the website if you want to learn more about who we are not, and what we're about. And if you have any questions that you want to post in the chat function, I'll do my best to try to monitor that and answer any questions. We'll try to stay punched up until it's about 10 minutes at 12. We'll probably stay up until maybe 1 o'clock or so, thereabouts. We'll see if we can get a trade or two in. It's all contingent upon what the market's going to give us. Right now, pretty choppy up here, but we'll see. We'll keep you posted. Any questions, let us know, and be sure to visit the site. We got some nice videos that'll explain, probably, hopefully, in a little more detail who we are, what we're about. I was noticing it was kind of crazy. I did not know they did this. The colleges suspended during COVID for 2 or 3 years. Why they would do this? SAT scores, right? So the college admissions, the kids didn't have to take SAT or achievement tests, so they just let anybody in. Well, they've returned, I guess. The colleges now, and the kids are having to take preparatory courses. And I actually took one for the law boards, but I didn't spend what they spend $500 an hour. It's $500 an hour for SAT prep. Imagine that. Folks, we're with you for 3 weeks. 3 weeks, 1 to 2 hours a day. And it's not $500 an hour. And you're going to be learning something you're not going to learn in college or any other place. And you're going to be looking to get return on your investment weeks later, not years later. But imagine that, the kids hitting them up $500 an hour for college prep to get into colleges teaching God knows what, social justice and this justice and that justice, injustice really, and putting themselves in debt. Did you see how it's Friday, right? Where Biden, he was told by the Supreme Court that he couldn't forgive that debt, and now he's forgiven the debt. But I think it was only the debt of college kids that are working for the federal government. I mean, you talk about, uh, that's what they do. They get them, they get them hooked. They give them free stuff. It really isn't free, and then they're beholden to the powers to be. That's how they get their hooks into you. They're not into us. No, nope, not Susan and I. I mean, we're part of society. We gotta, do what everyone else, but we're not. We're gonna be doing our own thing. I don't have a boss. I don't have to travel. I don't have to do a call report. I don't have any conference calls. It's a beautiful thing, and every day, Susan, what a beautiful life we have. Knock on wood. Just gotta stay healthy, stay grounded, stay patient, keep perspective, and meet new people through Stock Market Caddy, help as much as we can, and just enjoy this place. Why not? But $500 an hour though for the college preparatory classes, just terrible. Burden the kids with it. Um, let's highlight where we are so that everyone knows. Right, so we'll see how we do. This is the right here. We haven't had any trades right now. Today's Friday, and again, we hope you've had a good week. Now we keep track of what we call profit factor. That's how we score ourselves from one week to the next. Profit factor. Doesn't matter what I do. Doesn't matter what anyone else does. Doesn't matter what an individual program does. It only matters what you do, right? You got to come to grips with that. So, it's a huge responsibility, and but hopefully it's a welcomed responsibility, because you won't have a boss. You won't have it's all on you. I'm not your boss. I'm not telling you do this, do that. We're just going to try to provide you a perspective, provide you the tools, provide you some support, and encourage you to play your game and be available for you. Our members have a live Zoom link. We do these YouTube sessions. It could be, midnight, it could be 3 a.m, just to create some awareness. We have folks from all over the world that patch in at different times, so we'll do it at different times. Some people are asking, like, how come you do it like overnight? That's because, different time zones. We want people to be able to see. And but if you have any questions, just let us know. So when the 1 minute confirms short, now what will happen is you'll see selling coming in here. It'll all turn red. This will begin to say short entry. If we get it, we may not get one, right? We may not. And then we'll get a red letter 2 in here, and it'll be shrouded in white. And if that's the case, it'll kick off, it'll confirm. And if it happens and I'm not here at that very moment, which I should be, but I may have stepped out for a minute, the machine will automatically put the trade in automatically. Now, the nice thing about TradeStation, they really do treat you with maturity, and it's a very mature platform, very stable, extremely good, and they empower you, they enable you to do that. There's a lot of other brokerages that will not, and there are other countries that won't let you do it either. So we're basically going to try to trade, and there's a lot of different configurations, right? So what we like to do is, ideally, but I don't want to, I want you to be able to see some trades go in and see what we can do. But ordinarily we like to trade the 1 minute in the direction of the 5, but if I put that type of screenplay on and I program it, we may not get any trades here for the hour and a half that we might be together. So that's why I've loosened it up. So we can do that sort of thing. We can trade multiple markets, multiple time frames, multiple, right? And think of it this way, there was a gentleman late last night, and he was following somebody, and he's trading, MACDs and moving averages. Okay, no problem. I mean, if you're going to do it, but we don't use that stuff. But imagine if you were using that stuff and you were using it on a larger time frame to screen out, and to get a bias on a shorter time frame, that sort of thing. You can layer this stuff. The whole AI business, artificial intelligence, is they're just basically pouring all the language models into the big vat, and they layer, they filter and it's just layering and layering and layering, and the machines are becoming so good, and so that's what we can do as well, and it's being done against you as well, right? So they've been doing this probably for decades. They just don't talk about it. They don't bother to show you. They don't want you, they want you, buying, you know, a story. They want you, they're not going to tell you what they're really doing. So again, it's this one that we're trading. Maybe I should put a little asterisk here. Do I have an asterisk? Let's see if I get an asterisk on this zoom feature. Do I? No. Yeah, I do. I put a little star there. See, so I'll put a little star here, right? So that's this what we're running, this one right here. So if we see any trades, otherwise we'll just sit tight and answer any questions for you. If you want to see, let's while we're waiting on that, we can slide over here and do some sorting. Who is getting hit today? NVR is down 65, Booking down 27, Metla Toledo down 23, Adobe down 12, Equix down 11, Intuit down 10. Is that Intuit? That's crazy. 641 bucks. Wow. Nike down 7, FDS, CMG, MasterCard down 6. Who's running? Let me guess. Nvidia. Of course it is. Of course it is. 26 bucks. AZO. Probably, gonna have to get to 1,000, 1,200, 1,300. Never know. Look at FedEx up here at 20. Broadcom up 17. Regeneron 5. Netflix 5. Humana. And now we've shown this. If anyone hasn't seen this, let's see, what are the newest signals on a daily? This is on a daily basis. We're getting a new buy on something called Ben, new buy on Booking, your new short on Dollar, EPAM. So these are the new ones coming in, long and short. And the big performance is, of course, for a swing machine, our top stock is everyone else's top stock is Nvidia, but Swing Machine bought Nvidia 95 days ago at 457 on November 6th, and it's up 100%. And there is no reason, according to Swing Machine, to sell it. There just isn't. Is it a bubble? I don't know. I don't know. Might be, but you can make money in bubbles, and there's just no reason to sell it. If it does come under pressure, I mean, even if it came down into panic sell, could be an opportunity to add to it, quite frankly. In order to break this trend, it would have to, it would take a considerable effort to break that trend right here, right now. So this stock is just on fire. So isn't AMD. Well, you can see AMD, I take it back. AMD. Now notice AMD, right? AMD was number 2. AMD has gone into a dip. It went long 96 days ago. So this would be interesting place here. This now gives you what you might want to consider doing is buying the dip, buying the dip. So a person could, if you're interested in trying, you could buy shares in AMD here. It could go a little bit lower, but chances are it's going to get back on its horse. If you're familiar with option play, maybe, a call option on AMD at, 178, something like that for 35, 45 days. So this is the way that you can utilize, our tools. So again, we'll let you watch and a lot of different possibilities. Remember, the most valuable commodity of all, not gold, not Bitcoin, not Nvidia, not platinum, not uranium. Time. Time. We can't buy it. We can't sell it. We can't make it. We can waste it. Let's not. By the way, while we're here, you can see Bitcoin, that Bitcoin futures contract shows you here the value of the Bitcoin, which is 63,675. She's down $1,700 today, almost 3%. That represents 5 Bitcoins, that futures contract. But this is a case in point where, let's say that you owned a big stack of Bitcoins and you were hooting and hollering and, at $72,000 a coin, right? Nothing wrong with that. And you don't want to sell them. But Swing Machine comes in and starts selling. Swing Machine says, hey, Bitcoin's going down. Well, what do? Well, you can sit and hodl your Bitcoin and your account will go down in value measured in dollars, So, I mean, that's everybody converts Bitcoin to dollars ultimately if they want to buy anything. But if you had come into the futures market and had shorted a futures contract, then you would have saved yourself, thousands of dollars in value. You'd still own your Bitcoin, but your account would be maybe not fully whole, but it'd be a lot smoother ride than just, riding with the emotions of it. One day in in the life of any bubble or any asset, there will come a time when it goes down, dips, and doesn't come back. Nobody can know when that is. So I mean, we may have seen Bitcoin just double top at 72,000 and she's going back down to 15,000, 5,000, going down to 1,000 and be written about and studied in college universities, 20 years from now as one of the biggest scams ever. I don't know. But we take measured bets, measured trades, calculating risk reward. Right. So right now the NQ is dipping on the 1 minute. So we're getting a little bit of selling pressure. We can see it. And I'd like for her to get short so that you can see the order go in. It'll go in automatically without me having to even push a button. If I intervene and take the profit, I'll let you know, which I can do, right? So we can intervene. The machine can be running trades and executing trades, and you can be overseeing it. Say, hey, you know what? I'm going to take that profit. I'm going to take that profit. I'm going to take that profit. Let the machine handle the entries. Let the machine handle the losses, maybe, and you just take the profits. Psychologically, it's a wonderful way to go. So I thought we would give everybody a kind of a micro glimpse of, we're always showing Swing Machine what might look like, and we'll see how we do. I can't know for sure, but I think we'll do all right here. Remember, there are only 24 trading days in a month if you're trading futures because we count Sunday night. But if you back that off, there are only 20 trading days in a month. 20. Now see, that is a short entry, but it's a warning. It's still long, right? So the trade hasn't gone in yet. It has to confirm. And if this turns completely red, we'll get in here, we'll get a red letter 2. It'll be shrouded in white. Then and only then the machine will place the order, right? So we're getting it. Now, ordinarily, we wouldn't take this because the 5 minute is still long, but again, we want to try to demonstrate some technology to you and some examples of what it feels like. So, if you're sitting at home at a computer and you're grinding on MACDs and stochastics and got carpal tunnel and you're chasing the money up and down, and you're pushing your account this way and pushing it that way, that's going to get old in time, and we'll catch up with you. We're not going to do that here, but we'll see how we do. Right. So if this confirms, we need at least one more minute It'll turn completely red. We'll get a red letter 2. This box will turn white. The trade will go in. You'll see it up here. You'll see it reflected here. The market's turning down a little bit. Not suggesting anybody take any of these trades. You're on delay, don't have the tools. And, we're not trying to prove an outcome. We're just trying to show you what these tools might look like, feel like to you. And you can decide whether or not, it's maybe something that interests you. You can see that this selling is actually putting a little bit of pressure on the 5-minute even. And there it is, right? So now the 1-minute just confirmed, turned completely red. There's the red 2. There's the white box. That's the trigger. There's the trade. I did not put that in. The machine put it in instantly. So we got, you can try to get a beat on it. The machine, did we have any slippage here? We may be off the dollar amount by 15 to 20 bucks, right? The machine has a perfect entry here. The reality of it is we're off of it, but it all balances out, 10 to 15 bucks isn't off it by that much. All right. So you can see it being reflected. Now, if I wanted to go in there and capture that 50 bucks or that 100 bucks, I could. I'm not going to. I'm going to let it run here a little, right? If I intervene, I will let you know. If it was to turn around and go long, confirm long, we would see green coming in. This would say long entry and then turn completely green and then have a white box in here. And then it would exit that trade for either a profit or a loss and then go long, right? So that was trade. This is trade number 1. And, if we wanted to capture now, it's all now, how much capital are we actually using? At this hour of the day, we're using about $1,900 in capital. 19. So this is very capital efficient, right? We have plenty of capital, but we're only using $1,900. So that's why we don't really talk in percentage terms, but if we make $100, it's, what percent return is that on 1,900 as an example, right? We're going to try to make it do better than that, but that's what you would want to, be thinking about. And these markets are highly liquid and give us everything that we need, right? So any questions, let us know. We do find the earlier well, I guess where I was going to go to is that there are 20 trading days in a month, $100 a day, it's 2,000 a month, 200, 4,000. It's just got to be, slow and steady. We do find the early hours, between 3, 4 o'clock in the morning and 8, 9 in the morning to be a wonderful time to be trading because there's not quite as much noise, not quite, middle of the day like this, we get, on a Friday, we can get some choppiness. Okay, so we'll see if we're going to end up getting, we could take a little punch in the nose here, but we're going to let it run. She's ripping up. The price is coming. Rip means it's coming up against the short. It's still short. and the price is coming up against it. That's giving us a bit of a drawdown. Okay, so now the long entry is lighting up. It's trying to get long. If it confirms long, you'll see a green 2. It'll be shrouded in white. The machine will kill the short and go long. And we'll have, the first trade will be a losing trade. We'll try to help it along, but otherwise we'll stay out of the way. If you're thinking that you're going to trade and your account's going to go from peak to peak to peak to peak to peak, meaning you're never going to have a drawdown, you're never going to have a loss. Every day it's going to be higher and higher and higher. I think you're going to be sadly disappointed. It's not the reality of the life of a trader. So you have to lose, and we spend quite a bit of time discussing that and giving you some other metrics to grade yourself than the money during Q school, because we need to get you unplugged from the emotion of the money. The longer you stay plugged into that, it's going to retard and maybe destroy your trading career. Okay, so that first trade turned out to be a losing trade. We lost $253. It is now long. I did not, and it's long in the direction of the 5 minutes. So we'll let that run. How we want to try to do as best we can. If we run up $300, $400, $500, I very well may intervene, clear up that loss, and give ourselves a positive situation and wait for the next bus. Middle of the day here, though, we're getting some choppiness, so we'll see how we do. But those trades that you see up in here and reflected here, and that little plus sign right beside the NQ just means that it's long, right? Had a run up of 70, had a dry down of 15. The amount of capital we're using is about $1,900 in capital. We got plenty of capital, right? Now, if I only had $3,000 in my account and I'm using $1,900 in capital, that wouldn't be good. Because you lose $300, you lose 10% of your capital. That's not good. So you would want to drop down and use trade micro contracts, which you can do, which are 1/10 the size. If you're well heeled, well practiced, well funded, you can certainly increase the leverage. So it's a relative game. Okay, so the machine just took another small loss there. We're having a drawdown of $551, and it is now short again, right? So it's oscillating here middle of the day, and we'll see if we can work that off here a little bit. Any questions? Let us know. Again, not trying to prove an outcome. We're not. Just trying to give you a glimpse and a forum to ask any questions. Okay, everyone. We had a couple of trades that we took on the nose, but she is now long. We're gonna let this run here a little bit. She's right, actually, yeah, she's right within $5 of where the machine is. So if I intervene to bring my account back into a positive situation, I'll let you know. Otherwise, we're gonna let the machine take it. Okay, everyone. We got ourselves a nice trade underway. Hopefully, clear up our little drawdown, put us in the positive, and see how we do. Okay, we are going to go up here and in a moment and most likely grab this profit. We're going to take it. We'll reset the strategy, knock down a dry down, and wait for the next bus. It's okay to do that. we're just letting everyone know what we're just demonstrating, not trying to prove an outcome, but just demonstrating what a machine operated trading approach might look like. We're trading very simply the 1 minute swing machine. It's the machine is trading it. We turned it on at 11:40. We got a drawdown of $334. No big deal. Every time it goes into a contract, we're using about $1,900 in capital, about 1,900, and we can intervene. We just did intervene once, and now there's a lot of things that we can do. We can write or not write, it's already written, but we can trigger 1 minute trades only in the direction of the 5 minute or the hour, or have profit targets and stop loss, all kinds of things. We're not doing that right now. We just wanted you to see what it looks like when it in fact here is swing machine, and we were in that trade, but we captured a little profit to reduce the volatility in our account a little bit. So the next trade, in order for us to get into this trade the way we're operating it, is it would need to begin selling down. You would see this box light up and say short entry. That isn't the signal. When this box turns completely red and we get a red number 2, meaning 2 minutes and shrouded in white, then and only then you'll see the trade go in short, and you'll see it up here, you'll see it here, and hopefully we can demonstrate a positive outcome. But we're doing this more to facilitate, so you can see who we are, what we're about, encourage you to visit the website, encourage you to think about your trading, what it is you're doing. And if you're getting it done with whatever it is you're doing, we're the first ones to say, just keep doing it. Don't come to us, don't change, just keep doing it. But if you're not getting it done, you might want to stop, you might want to think, you might want to look around, and you're always welcome to give us a call if you think we can help you. Have fun. Good afternoon, everyone on YouTube. It is a Friday afternoon. We kind of slow things down. Chance to see the markets with us. If you have any questions, don't hesitate. We'll let you watch. We're letting Swing Machine trade the 1 minute today. We're nothing too fancy. No stops, no profit targets. We might do some mechanical intervention. No multi-level. Oops, bear with me here. Oop, that's on my phone there, getting some feedback. And we can trade it, the 1 minute in the direction of the three of the five and do all kinds of things, but we're just gonna see. Right now we've got a little drawdown of about $334. We came out of it a little bit early. We'll see if we're just trying to set up, see if we can get a little pull down here this afternoon, and we'll let you watch. Again, it's your chance to ask any questions, your chance to visit the site, and feel free if we can. Okay, we can see this most recent run on the 1 minute, 87 minutes ago it started, had a nice run up to about 1600. It's making its way back, and we'll see if we can trip off a short and put us in the green for our trading session. If we do, we'll quit. We'll quit while we're ahead. Is that cheating? Sure. Yep, it is. We'll see. We'll see how we do. For the folks that are on YouTube, what we're doing on this Slow Friday is we've just set up the computer to trade the 1 minute all by itself, just going one direction and the other. By the way, we are seeing reports of a pretty disturbing terrorist attack on a concert hall in Moscow. Pretty disturbing. So you can see the selling pressure on the 1 minute NQ. That's all we're doing. Just very simple here. You can see the selling pressure coming in, and it's just a dip right now. So it may very well continue. If the dip fails, if the 1 minute trend fails, it will light up short entry. That isn't the trade itself. What will happen is it will need to turn completely red here. We'll get a red number 2 shrouded in white. The machine will trigger an order to get short. You'll see the trade here. You'll see it over here. It would be in the opposite direction of the 5 minute. It would be a counter trend, and we can filter those out. But today we're not, just because we're only going to be up for a short period of time. We just wanted to show you, give you a glimpse of what it looks like to have a machine put a trade in and out, and how we can intervene with it or mechanically trade it, and that's all. But so we wanted to be sure that we got in short order a trade or two so that you could see. For those of you that are passing by on YouTube, I hope you've had a great week. If you've have any questions for us, whenever we do this, we're not, I mean, we'd like to have a good showing, but we're not trying to prove an outcome. Once you go down the path of becoming a trader, you'll recognize almost immediately, ideally in advance, we would want you to know in advance, it isn't enough to have one good trade, right? So if you find yourself, boy, I made, $3,000 on that trade, and you're feeling a vicarious thrill for it. The reality, the enormity of being a trader is that it isn't enough. You're not going to retire on a single trade. You're not. And therefore, not a single trade should make you broke. You're going to have to be able to put them, not necessarily back to back to back. It's not realistic that you can do that, but you are going to have to do it repeatedly. So it's kind of like going out to the golf course and playing a round or a competitive round. You're not going to be able to hit the ball once and and win. That isn't it. You're going to have to walk the course. You're going to have to work hard at it, and play the entire round or the tournament for 3-4 days. Don't have to play every single day. We do suggest that if you're gonna and stay with the golf theme, is that you start your round early in the week and try to get out of here early, right? We're doing this on a Friday because it's kind of quiet for us on a Friday, and again, a chance to showcase some things and give you a chance to ask questions. While we're waiting for that order, we'll just comment on a couple of things. Here is let's see. Yeah, I was going to say Bitcoin. Bitcoin had been short, so on a 5-minute she had gone long. But we can take a peek at the other markets. Who's doing what? We got Nvidia up $30, of course. Swing machine here. It's the exact same thing that you're looking at here, only it's blue because it's monitoring stocks. We can sort these columns. We can quickly see who's doing what. CMG down 14, Metla Toledo, Adobe, Equix. These are the stocks leading the way down. Today, these are the stocks, some of the chips, Nvidia, Broadcom, FD&Y, FedEx up 18. What's that all about? Google, and I don't really want an answer. I don't really look, why, don't even bother. It doesn't matter. I don't need to know the why. We can sort here. Here when I do the signal, so the signal comes in long or short here. Here's a green 2, here's a red 2, and it's shrouded in white. So in the last, not 18, because there's a label row here, but these are the last 17 signals that we've gotten, these stocks here, long and short. Now they may succeed, they may not, but that's what happened with Nvidia. We'll sort here. Nvidia 95 days ago triggered along 95 days ago at 457 on November 6th. And we most certainly have members that have money in that trade. When they put that trade on, it may have been day 2, it may have been day 5, it may have been day 10. There was no guarantee. It may have failed. If it turned around and went short, they would have exited. But we have members that are in that trade. We have them in a number of these. They got themselves in there and they're riding the trend. And they're up 106% versus where they get in, give or take. This is mechanical robotic trading. These signals, you don't have to be tethered to your chair, to the screen. They can be automated. They can be the alerts. You can define and build the alerts so that gets sent to your phone so that you can maximize your time. We can do this with the S&P 500. We can do this. Okay, we just got the order here, so let's just go see it here. Here's the order. Here's the 1 minute, and I'm not suggesting anybody do this on YouTube, right? But Swing Machine just went short here in this 2 minute, and the machine has a perfect order in. We're off by $10 or $15, it appears. Yeah, got a little bit of slippage on it. That kind of works itself out. Sometimes we do a little bit better than the perfect nature of the radar, and it balances out. So you can see where that is, but I did not put that trade in. Now I can intervene. I'm going to try not to. What do I mean by that is if I get up $300, $400, $500, I could go in and just close the trade. But I'm going to try not to. Many of the brokerages won't let you, do that sort of thing. In some countries, they won't let you do that sort of thing, so. If you have any questions, let us know. We'll be here. How much capital are we actually using to trade a futures contract? At this hour of the day, we're using approximately $1,900 in capital. That's about all you have to have. Now, you do need to be able to trade in proportion, right? If you have an account that only has, $3,000 or $4,000 in there, yes, you can trade a mini contract. You would be able to do that. But if you lose $300, $400, $500 or $1,000, I mean, you could lose 30, 40, 50% of your account value. And and that wouldn't be a good thing. Yeah, Rao's asking us, are we active 24/7? And we are. Our computers turn on. I'm in the office on Sundays at 4 in the afternoon. Our computers turn on Sunday night at 6 o'clock when the futures markets open, and they will remain on until Friday afternoon till about 5. And we're running multiple accounts for ourselves, multiple computers, and to varying degrees. Probably not in the market as much as you might think, or as much as you are. We're taking small bites, active bites, and we're not scoring ourselves on the money. We're scoring ourselves on profit factor. Now we can configure, so just to explain, this 1 minute when this went short 5 minutes ago, that's what put that trade in there. We can configure this to have profit targets. We can have it to have stop losses. We can put trailers on it. We can have it exit after so many minutes. We can do a whole host of things. We can have it filter what the 5 minute is doing, what the 1 hour is doing. We can have it filter what the VIX is doing, other markets. So if you like to trade markets in pairs, like the dollar and the euro, we can trade, you can trade multiple markets or pairs markets. When one market is doing A, B, and C, you want to do D, E, and F with that other market, we can do that too. So, your trading goes from playing checkers to playing chess to playing actually a multi-dimensional chess. You can keep it as simple or as complicated as you want to be, and that's very individual, right? Was it Bryson DeChambeau? He's the professional golfer, but I think he's got a physics degree, and he makes the game. For him, he's very much into the physics of golf. Dustin Johnson, DJ, um, he's all about feel, and they're both great players. So it's very individual. And the good thing is you don't have to beat me. You don't have to concern yourself with beating anyone else. As long as you're getting in and getting out and extracting cash flow and being able to do it on a repetitive basis. Need to be able to advance your account, hold ground, advance, hold ground, advance. Now it may not go peak to peak, but you must be able to learn to hold ground. Otherwise, you'll just give it all back and waste a lot of time and a lot of commissions. Any questions, you let us know. Now, I hope to God that those two shooters that walked into that Moscow concert hall are not from Ukraine. Pretty disturbing image. Bunch of people killed. If it is, it won't be good. Yeah, I can't, you know, the question that that everyone has, I understand from what the question is poised. Raul is asking, what approximately what kind of profit with this system daily can I make? Um, I can't answer that question for you. Um, the You must have good acquired trading skill to make money in the markets using our systems or anyone else's systems for that matter. So I won't even, pass judgment on any of that. You can't jump the shark. If you don't have good trading skill and have not worked at it, um, you could get hurt. I'll just put it that way. It is an automatic. There's no jumping the shark. So you have to learn. We try to set it up so that during the Q school, we do set it up during the Q school. At the end of the 3+ weeks, a person will have gone through our program and they will have been trading and they will answer that question for themselves. And we've had folks do extremely well. And we've had less than a handful of folks not go on to be annual. It's actually three, I think three people. But I can't tell you what you're going to do because I don't know what you're going to do. And so nobody can, right? We don't make any claims because we don't manage anyone's money. And these are trading tools to be used by the individual to, achieve their end, and you define them. So we have members that have blown us away. You can do better than us, and they understand the steps. They get up early in the day and they get started and they get underway. And we have, you're looking at just one tiny aspect of one of the things that we do. We have over 70 proprietary programs now. There's just dozens and dozens of different ways. So that is something that has to be in the hands. It would be like going to, Nevada Bob's here. I don't know if they have a Nevada Bob's, going to the golf store and going into the store and saying, guy, if I buy these golf clubs, am I going to shoot 80? Um, you know, if he tells you yes, well, you know, so that's why we don't sell individual programs. Like we're asked all the time, I don't want to go through the Q school, Don, and we just took a small loss there. The machine did. I don't know if you caught that or not. The machine just closed this short trade and then just went long again. Um, Let me just highlight something here. We had this here highlighted. So the machine is now long again. Um, Lost my train of thought. Where was I? Um, but it's individual. It's very individual play, and you have to learn. You have to learn at it and work at it. And if a person is chasing the money and money, focused on the money, you're going to be disadvantaged. You're going to disadvantage yourself in anything you do from the trading game. And I think that's why they say that 90% of people lose. I think it's probably higher than that because they focus purely on the money, purely. And our folks they don't focus on the money. They focus on the profit factor. They focus on the process, and they're getting in and getting out and doing what they need to do. And, they're not, competing with anyone, not competing with me. They're not, they're just doing their thing. So hope I answered that question. Oh, what I was going to, I started to say is we're asked all the time, I don't want to go through the Q school. I don't want everything. I just want Swing Machine. I just want to buy Swing Machine. I just want to buy this one program. I just want to buy this. We don't sell individual programs, and that's by design and also very well thought out because if one, I don't know how we would do that, but if we were to sell an individual program, um, if I was to buy an individual program, I would have an expectation from the person that I'm buying that program from that it is going to make me money. And the reality of the situation is these programs, including Swing Machine, will have moments of brilliance, and it could last for weeks and weeks and weeks or months, and then and maybe not so much. Although Swing Machine is pretty darn consistent. And if you don't know how to use them and don't understand the process and don't know how to operate them and make the adjustments, then you're going to be disappointed. And I don't want to have that. So once again, maybe not golf, you go to your local store, you go into the Home Depot or Lowe's, and you buy yourself a skill saw, and you bring it home, and is it automatically going to enable you or empower you to build a staircase? Probably not. Probably not. And I tell this story because I thought I had a repair to do on my home there back a few years ago. I had to replace the cornice. The cornice, the water had dripped off and had made the wood peaked and kind of rotted it. So I'm like, how hard can that be, Susan? So it's like, okay, I don't know. It doesn't look too hard. So I cut out the wood. I cut it out by hand, and it's at like a 45-degree angle, and it's got a little slant to it. And so I'm like, well, I got Susan, I'm gonna have to go to Lowe's, and I'm gonna get myself a tool. I'm gonna get myself a new tool. I need a skill saw for that, Susan. But I'll make a 45-degree cut. So I got the skill saw and I bought some wood, and I came home and measured it up and took all the read the instructions on the skill saw, and I'll be damned. It wasn't quite as easy as I thought. And I ended up having to go back to Lowe's and get some more wood. I didn't have enough wood. And did it again, did it again. I think I made 2 or 3 trips to the store after getting the damn saw. And I'm like, Jesus. Susan's coming out and she's seeing like a piling of kindling. Like, what are you doing? I can't get the damn thing to line up. And it wasn't because it was just at a 45, but it was kind of at a slant. It was a 45-degree angle, but also at a slant. And finally, one of my neighbors probably was watching from his office window, laughing, saying, "Look at this clown." Comes over, and is like, "Don, what are you doing?" "Well, I'm trying to make that cut. I got a stack of wood." He's like, "Jesus, Don, let me show you." And he picks up the wood, he makes the cut, boom, boom. Took him like 5 minutes, and perfect fit. Point being, he's a master carpenter. He's got some carpentry skills. I didn't have any carpentry skills. And so there's no jumping the shark. And if you're out there looking, by the way, if you're out there looking for a skill saw that is going to empower you to build a staircase, or you are out there looking for a set of golf clubs that are going to have you shoot and scratch, you are going to be disappointed because there are great skill saws out there. There are great golf clubs out there, but you need to have good acquired skill, trading skill. And one without the other is no good. I just want you to know that. You need to know. And we will work very, very hard with you during the Q school, but you'll have to make the cuts. I'm not going to make them for you. You're going to have to do it, and you're going to have to prove it to yourself. Um, there's a few people chose not to go on to become an annual member. So we don't let anyone become an annual member until they go through the Q school. That's by design. We want to slow the process down. One person, and it's crazy because he did really well during the Q school, but at the end of the Q school, he said to me, Don, I just hate computers. I'm like, okay, it's cool. You don't have to be a programmer or anything. I thought he did well. He goes, I just hate the computer, Don. I just want to trade. I hate the computer. I'm like, okay. Now he ultimately tried to change his mind later, but you know what? Why do something you hate, right? Um, Another person, um, just I think if I understood what he had to say was I didn't realize it was this involved. And I don't have the kind of time to put into it, and or it didn't sound like he had the interest. So you need to have an interest and a passion to want to do this because it isn't automatic. And if you're doing something that you don't have an interest or passion in doing, the moment you run into some difficulty, you're just going to flush it out. You're going to flush out. That could be in anything, right? We have another person that one time he called from the Balkans actually. We have phone calls from all over, and he just said, I really don't. He didn't do the Q school, which we agreed not to, because he said one of the things he said was, I really don't like the markets. I really like real estate, and I just want to trade in the markets to make some money so that I can do my real estate. And I'm like, you know what? Why don't you just raise the money someplace else or whatever and focus on what it is you really love to do? And he really, really loved when I talked to him. He's a very nice guy. He's like, he just really, really loved real estate and wanted to do it with real estate. This is not trading in the markets is not, not an automatic. It isn't. It isn't, right? So just little perspective there. Um, if you're looking for a performance review, um, from someone who's going to be managing your money, I think that you should, I think you should get a performance review. But this is going to trade your game. Your performance will be your performance, not mine. It'll be entirely up to you. We're going to do our level best to make all the tools available to you and you have an understanding of how they work, their strengths and weaknesses, your own strengths and weaknesses, and then hopefully put you in a position to capitalize on it. Had another person one time, and he was not just fearful, but he had a phobia of almost to the point like a fear of heights. So, if you have a fear of heights, probably not a good idea to try to be a pilot. And that would be me. The calm, sir, the calm, a profit showing daily profit. You talking, is there embedded in there a question? This column here? Not sure the question. Yeah, this column is showing you. So let's just focus on what we're doing here because the machine just made a reversal. This 1 minute went short 2 minutes ago. The machine has a perfect entry, and is up $40, $80, right? $100. That's what that is. So the difference between the entry price at 18,601 and the current price with counting the leverage is it's calculating the purse. This is the same position up here, only the market, we're off by like $5 or $10 because we didn't quite get that exact fill. That would be slippage. Sometimes we get the exact tick, and sometimes we get a better tick, and sometimes we miss it by a tick or two, depending upon how fast it is. Now, we can go in, we're not going to do it here today. We can go in and look at the performance characteristics, and we do this during the Q School, of these various trading robots. So, and see what they would have done over a 1 week period, 2 week period, 3 week period. We could look at them any number of ways. We could look at them, what did they do over the last 3 weeks running 24/7? What did the 1 minute do? What did it do over the last 3 weeks if I ran it between 8 in the morning and at 11 in the morning? What would it have done if I had run it with a profit target or a stop loss? What would it have done if I had done? Yep. We can, not just the daily profit, but what is the average winning trade? What is the average losing trade? What is the average run up? What is the average run down? However, please understand, right? That is in a back test. That is in looking over the last 2 to 3 weeks. You cannot draw any confidence from what's happened in the past. You have to let go of this, right? I know what you want. I know what you want. And I'm not going to give it to you because it doesn't exist. Just because something did something yesterday, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, doesn't mean it's going to do that tomorrow, next week, or the next 3 weeks. You have to understand that, right? It's uncertain. Now, people will say the market doesn't like uncertainty. As traders, we thrive on the uncertainty. We love the uncertainty. We love the volatility, and we can measure it. That the information and the data that you're asking me about, see, we use that information, but we use it in a different format. We're using that information to help us decide when we might want to run. Should I take a profit here? Should I take should I intervene? If I know the average run up is $585 and I'm up $700, maybe I should take the profit, that sort of thing. That is different than what most people are looking for is, I'm not saying you, hopefully none of the folks that are on YouTube now are looking for this, because if you are, I need to disavow you of it. If you're looking for, I got a shortcut here. I've got something automatic here. And this is going to enable me to cut some corners, and I'm not going to have to work that hard for it. And it's going to be just really, really easy. And I'm going to just, I'm going to just build myself that staircase, and I'm going to shoot scratch golf. Do you mean it's running on an old data and not on live market? We don't call it old data. It's historical data. Okay, so you've got historical data, you've got live data, and then you've got, walk forward, what we call walk forward optimization, right? So So you shared with me, Raul, the other night, that you made, I think $4,400 on a gold trade the other day. That's great. But that doesn't mean that you're going to make $4,400 today on gold or next week or 2 weeks from now, right? What happens in the past may or may not happen in the future. There is no Bible code here. There is no cornering the market. We're trading probabilities. We're living in the realm of probabilities. Okay, well, there you go. That's good. What's your profit factor for the week? Do you know? See, I'm not impressed with the money. Our members don't even tell me their money. I want to know what a person's profit factor is. If you don't know what your profit factor is, then you may have made $4,400 in gold, you may have made $1,500 in oil, but it doesn't tell me anything. You may be running a profit factor of whatever. Okay, well, that's good. Then you don't need us. You're in good shape. We'll just review if one was trading the 5-minute interval, on ES. We'll just kind of highlight this a little bit. And let's right here. Oops. Get a green one. The 5-minute on the ES went long at 105, relatively fresh. That position is up $150. If one is trading a futures contract, a mini, they need a minimum of $1,900, to do that. Need more than that, truthfully. The NQ went long at 1125. If you're using a micro, it would be 1/10 the size, 1/10 the size. You'd be up $6.25. You'd be up, $80 here. The Russell went short. We'll make it red. If you were trading the Russell, went short at 745. You'd be up almost $1,200. The Dow went short here at 745. That's what it did. The oil futures went short here at and we're not trading oil. That looks a little stale to me. That may not be the correct symbol. Let me double check that. That looks a little stale to me. And then the gold contract. What we're trading right now, or just to demonstrate what the machine looks like when it's placing its orders, and we're experiencing a drawdown of a point right here. We can't intervene. I think which we've only done like once right now. As an annual member, we refer to our annual members as an annual license. You get it's coded to you. It's coded to your customer number, and and it can only run on one system. And it's fully encrypted, and it comes with an expiration date. And you get all of our systems. But before one can become an annual member, a person does need to go through the Q school, to make sure that it's what you think it is, to give you the opportunity in a live environment to work with. You won't be able to work with all of it. You couldn't work with all of it in a year. But if you have, especially if you have TradeStation, we will send you some of the programs, and but we're going to be with you, more importantly, just giving you some live guidance as you go to work with the different ones. But by the conclusion of the Q school, you'll have a really good idea. And if a person wants then to become an annual member, then they're making a much more informed decision. They know what they've seen, they know what they've done. And then if a person becomes an annual member, we're going to credit you back 30% of what you spent for the Q school. And then we push out the expiration date a couple of weeks, because it takes us about a week to send you everything. At that point, you're underway. You're underway. Now, Swing Machine is short on this 1 minute here, right here. And we're just about, we're within about $10 of it. I'm trying to eyeball it, but we're also short at the same time. The machine put that trade in. Now, could I go up there and capture that profit? I could, and try to alleviate my drawdown. I could. I'm not too concerned about it right now, but I could. Just want everyone to know. Otherwise, I'm going to just try to stand back and let the machine handle it. But there's a lot that our members work on. So we have folks from all over the world, and they'll have questions like, well, what time of the day is the best? Generally the normal session hours are going to be best. But they run tests, and they run comparisons for themselves, and so we have folks that in other parts of the world, or even folks here in the States, that will run starting at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and by 8 o'clock they're done. They're done by the time the public markets open up in the States. I mean, they've made their money. And they're not making the decision on the money, though. They're making a decision on profit factor. I mean, and now that profit factor is going to vary from day to day, week to week, but we've had folks with profit factors, pushing in a week 80, 90, 100, meaning they're making 80, 90, $100 for every dollar they lost. And if they lost $100, that means they made 8,000. If they lost 1,000, means they made 80,000. It's it just boils it straight down. Now we can, like say, we can lift this, we can put it onto a chart. We can run other systems on other price charts using point and figure, using Renko, using Kagi, using range bars, using all kinds of other tools, right? We're not showing all that, but we can. And we can, of course, do this as we're just monitoring and letting this play itself out. We can also, of course, have the exact same tool as you've seen, and this is in the realm of stocks. And we can change the interval from daily to, 240 minutes. If you want to trade, get we would say inside the daily swing trader. The daily swing trader is going to be looking at the daily closes. But we've got the technology, we've got the access. I can push one button, come here, change the interval, all symbols. I'm not going to do it, and I could change it from a daily to an hourly view to a 240-minute view and get inside the day. But what might that enable me to do? To maybe trade options and scalp them. Now we like to trade futures like this because they're highly liquid, meaning the difference between the bid and the ask is very, very tight. We're talking $5 or $10. If you were trading Tesla, the spread, is going to be, it's going to be wide. You're trading Google, Apple might be a little bit tighter, but you're also going to use a lot more capital. If you trade 100 shares of Tesla, at what, $175, that's $17,000 in capital. You're going to use $17,000 to make, $300 on an intraday trade. You've got unfavorable tax treatments, illiquidity, wash sale rules, all kinds of stuff. We can move in, use $1,900 on a futures contract. If we make $300, $400, $500, using $1,900, who's, going to finish ahead? Much more favorable tax, much more liquid. It's much more for us, much more capital efficient if we're trading intraday. If we're going to go out a few days, a few weeks, we're going to use options so that we can define our risk. And futures, we don't have to worry about the Greeks. When we use options, we're not worried about the Greeks. We're informed on the Greeks, but we're going to mostly probably sell credit spreads and put time on our side. Yeah, hey, Joel. Um, no, no, you don't need, Joel, Joel's asking, do I need to have a TradeStation account for Q School? No, no, you don't. We would hope that you have some kind of an account so that you can place your trades. Ideally, we'd like for you to stay in a simulated environment, in a live simulated environment for the 3+ weeks. But no, you don't. And we've had a number of people, because of limitations of where they are, Joel, including Canada, not have TradeStation. If you have TradeStation, you can get access to TradeStation, though you're going to get a lot more out of the Q School, because we're going to help you learn that platform. And if you have access to it, we can send you some of the programs and advance your learning curve there. But not everyone does. I still think that a person that finishes the Q School is still going to be, whether they have TradeStation or not, is still going to be in the top 5% of traders, because we're going to take it from soup to nuts. And we're going to talk about stocks, we're going to talk about futures, we're going to talk about options, we're going to talk about the trends, we're going to talk about the counter trends, we're going to go through just a whole host of stuff. And so I'm very, very confident that I mean, and you may not, you may not want to be, or not have, if a person's going to go through Q and then become an annual member, though, an annual member has to have TradeStation, because you can't use the things without, as an annual member, we can't send them to you if you don't have TradeStation, because you can't run them. If you can, yeah, even if it's a, just a minimal or representation account, Joel, um, but we can slide over while there's nothing for us to do here. We'll just let this run itself. Let's just come over to the stock world. We got some folks that may be coming by for the first time. So here is Swing Machine. Let me clear some of this writing here so that we're not blocked by this. I put that writing up here on Zoom. Um, let's see. Oops. Um, let me see what I just did here. Bear with me. Okay. I was going to lose this writing here. Let me erase this so it doesn't distract us. This is the 1 minute on this view. This 1 minute guy here is running this, right? Now we can run this. I just want everyone to know, we like to run it in the direction of the 5 and set some things up, but I didn't want to run it with all those rules to it because I wasn't sure we'd get any orders here in the middle part of the day, and I wanted you to see some orders going in. So we're not this way. If I run it, I know I'm going to get some nice orders, but we can also use Swing Machine, the exact same Swing Machine, and let me just show you in the stock world. So this is the exact same tool, and it's blue because it's running on stocks. So here's the S&P 500. Here's the trade signal, long or short. This tells us how many bars, how many days the trade has been in. So we'll look at NVIDIA. It was 95 days ago. 95 days ago, Swing Machine went long at $457.51 on November 6th. And we have this set, the purse is being calculated off of a $10,000 investment. You can change this, right? You can come in here on this tool and you can change from futures to stocks, and you can specify 10,000, 100,000, 1,000, or you can put in the share count, and that will tell you, how much you have here, or the percent return. In this instance is tells us exactly what, and we have members that did this. The trend information is here and what we call the fear gauge, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with NVIDIA at all. She's just continuing to run. But this is where it came from. And so we have all 500 stocks. So we'll take a minute and I'll show you all 500, how, easy this could be. And you could have this, you wouldn't have to subscribe to us. We've been suggesting, Don, you should have an alert service. We don't. You can set up your own alerts, right? And your own stocks, and you can set them up yourself. But let me show you, how do we want to do this? Pay attention to this column. So we can point out, here's Meta. Facebook is up 63%. AMD also went long 96 days ago. It's dipping. The trend is coming under pressure a little bit, and it's pulling back. That most likely is a dip to be bought, right? You might want to, consider buying maybe some calls on AMD. She's probably going to continue the trend, and you buy the dip. But let me see if I can scroll down here. Let's see. I'll put my cursor here and stay with me. We're going to scroll down and count how many trades are profitable. Let's keep coming down. Okay, we're actually getting a short signal on Manpower, but let's keep coming. So the green. By the way, here's Tesla. Let me widen this out here a little bit. Here's Tesla, and she went short 52 days ago. and you'd be up 27% if you shorted it, or if you were long and moved to protect, you would have saved yourself 27%. But let's keep scrolling down. And so how many stocks are profitable, long or short, out of the 500 from Swing Machine on the S&P 500? So I don't have a crack research team, don't need one. Don't need it. Don't need the IBD, don't need the Wall Street Journal, don't need CNBC, don't need anything. And still profitable, barely, but still profitable. The redness you see, those are shorts. And we'll get, okay, so out of 500 stocks, 429 are profitable. But Don, I see you got some drawdowns. Yep, we do. How many? Let's scroll down. The yellow ones are perfectly flat. And we come all the way down. We are experiencing some draws. The worst one is down 7%. Now, I'm not suggesting that Swing Machine is going to get them all right. He isn't. He is not. Nothing is going to do that. But what Swing Machine is going to do is he isn't going to stay wrong for long. He will kick it out. So when you got the signal for NVIDIA back in November, it's possible you put $10,000 on NVIDIA. And it's possible that it could have gone the other way and you could have lost several $100s, but he would have kicked it out. And you would have known he kicked it out. Now, you may have put $10,000 on and you may have made $1,000 and you made a decision, you know what? I made 10%. I made $1,000. I want to get online and tell everybody I made $1,000. Made my 10% and I'm out. Only problem is he went on to make 100%. And he's still going. Still going. So Swing Machine can help you get in. It can help you get out. And it can help you stay in. And it can help you stay out. Take the TV, throw it in the pool, cancel the Wall Street Journal, cancel all the noise, just get rid of it. If you want to chat, about crypto and economics, I'm happy to chat with you about it. It's fascinating, right? It's going to be really interesting. Just don't make any decisions on any of that. I wouldn't. I really wouldn't. I don't. But just as an example, right? So what we'll try to do during the Q School is the first step of learning anything. Maybe we should go there. We like to do this, right? So we like to do different things. Have you guys ever seen this? The first step of learning? I don't like red. So let's do something else here. Let's see how I'm going to do this. And I mean this politely. This isn't from an ego-driven thing. It isn't. The first step of learning anything is person is, not at you. We all are. Unconsciously, am I spelling consciously? I can barely see this thing. I don't think I'm spelling it right. Oh my goodness. Unconsciously incompetent. Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with this stage. Let me reduce the type. When somebody is unconsciously, I think I spelled it right, incompetent. They don't know what they don't know. So I'm going to put myself in this and my beautiful sister. I do this all the time. You may have heard it. I have a beautiful older sister, beautiful sisters, and she loves, you know what she loves to do? She loves to quilt. And she's really, really good at quilting. I am unconsciously incompetent at quilting. I couldn't tell you. I have no idea what in the world she's doing and how she do it, but they're beautiful stuff, right? So I'm unconsciously incompetent. And you know something? I have no interest at all in quilting. But if I did have this mild interest in this, I would say, you know what? I think I need to talk to my sister. I need to talk to somebody. You know something? She's doing something here that I've never seen anybody that I don't know how to do. And I need to learn. And so that this next stage is so critically important. You become what they call consciously. You're conscious. Excuse my spelling. I used to have great spelling. Went to a parochial school and it's gone to hell in a handbasket. I don't know why, but maybe because of spell check, right? And I don't have a spell check here. Consciously incompetent. What stage is that? Consciously incompetent. I'm still a terrible quilter, but I'm now aware that I'm a terrible quilter. And I'm aware that someone else is doing something better than me. Now that's kind of humbling. And a lot of people struggle with that because they don't want to admit that, right? But I will admit it because I want to become a really good quilter. So now what do I do? I now want to go to somebody, a mentor like my sister, and I want her to teach me to become a better quilter. And she's going to teach me to become conscious, consciously competent. And she's going to teach me how to quilt. And I'm going to have to work at it. I'm not going to be as good as she is, probably not. And I'm going to have to think about what it is I'm doing. And then she's going to cut me loose. And then I'm going to have to really, really, really work at this because if I love it, and the last stage is going to be up to me. And this is the key stage. I want to be unconsciously competent. What is that stage? When you become unconsciously competent at something, you're not even thinking about it. It's like brushing your teeth. A scratch golfer, when he's out on the golf course, he's not really thinking about his grip, his posture. He's probably not, right? He's playing the game. He's not even thinking about it. And he's not even thinking about and he's not thinking about the money. You know, you're just not even thinking about it. So how does that fit for us? I don't know what category you're at. And it's okay. We're going to try during Q school to make you competent, consciously competent in becoming a discretionary trader, a mechanical trader, a robotic trader, and a robotic hedger. And you're going to say, well, what are those? Well, that's the thing. Don't know yet. You don't know yet, right? You don't know yet what you don't know. But that's what we're going to try to do. In 3 weeks, we're going to try to move you from, to here. But this stage, unconsciously competent, that'll be up to you. We can help. We'll be there to guide you. We'll be there available, certainly, but that'll be you. That's when you're calling in and you had a profit factor of 80 and 90 for a week or 2 weeks, and you're like, holy smokes, Don, or Logan. Jesus, Don, do you remember when I first started? He's told us, and I was so stressed over $300-400. Don, now I'm trading, hundreds of thousands of dollars. I don't even bat an eyelash. Just, he's just unconsciously competent. There's, no fear, no. But it's difficult because, this is where 90% of most traders live. They don't know what they don't know. And they don't want to, they don't want to make an investment. I mentioned earlier today, I just happened to see online that the SAT tutors for colleges charge $500 an hour. Imagine that, $500 an hour for college kids to get into those damn universities to learn God knows what. We don't charge $500 an hour. We spend a lot of time with you. And we're going to hopefully get you out of here and get you to here and get you hopefully, in position where you can become here for the rest of your life. So I just share that with you, and it's okay to be here though, right? And I'll utilize my sister's example. She knows what I do, and she has absolutely no interest. It's like, oh my God, Don, I can't, you do that every day? You trade in the markets every day? Oh God. That's okay. It's not her thing. It's all right. It's all right, right? Different strokes for different folks. It's okay, right? Or the young person that says, hey, I know everything, I know everything. I already know. I'm consciously, I got it all figured out. Okay, well then you don't need us. If you got it all figured out, you don't need anybody. Go for it. Go for it. I'm not saying that everyone's got to come to us. I'm not saying that there aren't other, I don't think there are many, but I know how many hours we've worked at this. I know how much money we've invested. I know how long we've been doing this, and it hasn't been 6 months, 6 years. It's been a long time. Could you do it? Could you do it better? Maybe. I'm not going to say you couldn't. But I know what we invested. I'd be embarrassed to tell you how many hours. Embarrassed. Thousands of hours. And we still do. We still do. But I'm also doing something that that we absolutely love to do, that I love to do. So let me erase these, and that's what Q School is all about. And we're trying to give folks an opportunity before they go too far down the road, hopefully before they even lose any money in the markets, to say, something, I don't even want to do this. That would be all right, right? When I was in college, I did an internship for the Department of Justice. I thought I wanted to be a lawyer. And I was going to college lawyer bound. Back in the day, I guess when it was important to be a lawyer, maybe it was way back in the day. And I did an internship for the Department of Justice for the Antitrust Division. It was a section division of a division of a division. It was like, psh. And oh my God, I was bored out of my mind. It was awful. It was awful. And I can remember talking to Susie. We were in college. I'm like, oh my God, this is so boring. I was so bored. And at the end of the 3 months, the woman she was a section chief, she came in and said, Don, what did you think of your internship? I said, oh, I was a young kid, 18 years old, 19. I thought it was great. I thought it was great, Mrs. Carter. Yeah. What do you want to do? Oh, I want to, I want to go. I was still talking the game, but I didn't want to tell her that, I hated it. And, she asked me what law schools I was thinking of going to and all this. And I'm like, oh God. And then she said, Don, do you see that stack on the corner of my desk? And she had a stack about 2 feet high. And she goes, those are applications. I got like 1 or 2 openings, next year. And that's a stack of all the law school students from all the best universities in the country that want a job here. She goes, take a pick at any one of them. All their grades are excellent. She goes, this is something you really, really want to do. And I said, you know something, Miss Cotter? Her name was Cotter, Margaret, young lady. She was probably like, I thought she was an old lady. She was probably like 35, 36. I said, you know something? Not really. At the end, I said, you know what? I really didn't enjoy it. And she's like, that's good, Don. That's good. Find something you like. I just didn't like it. All they did was they had something called, it was before the internet. They had something called LexisNexis. Oh my God. Oh, that's all you did. You just like looked up court cases, legal cases. But not to knock anybody. I mean, I guess lawyering is a good way to go. If you're a lawyer, all the power to you, but it wasn't going to be for me. So whatever it is you're doing, if we can help you get some exposure to the trading game before you quit your job, before you put all your retirement money into a brokerage account and then stop buying and selling paper back and forth and anoint yourself a trader and wind up, blowing a whole bunch of money or blowing a whole bunch of time. Um, I'm going to spend 3 weeks with you. We're going to get to know each other pretty well. We're not going to be together every single hour of every day because you got to be trading, but we're going to spend a minimum of an hour a day. If, we'll work around your schedule. You're going to get to ask all those questions, and it's going to be one-on-one. It's not going to be a classroom. It's going to be one-on-one. We'll have an intellectual discussion, and I'll learn from you as well. And every time we do this, everyone, the beautiful thing about Stock Market Caddy, and this is true, I didn't anticipate this. I didn't. I wish I had. So many things that we learned is every time we do this with a person come through Q School, I learn about them, we get to know them, but I also learn something else. So they actually make us better because they see things through their eyes, through their prism, and it's just different. It's just different. And we wind up refocusing on different things that we may not have been focusing on before. So it keeps making us better and better. So it has been a very beneficial relationship, I hope. So this trade is still cooking. What time is it? Well, we're getting down here to the end of the day. We don't want to embarrass ourselves, so we may, end up just breaking even here. Let's see if we can let this guy run here a little bit, and then we'll take it off. Weren't trying to prove an outcome. Wish we had a little better, session here. I took one off a little bit too early. We'll see if we can still capture it. And that's the thing when you're trading intraday, there's plenty of time. We got plenty, still plenty of time. I think sometimes when folks are trading and if they're trading options or they're trading swing trading, you probably shouldn't even be paying attention to the intraday traffic. If you want to trade intraday, trade intraday. If you want to trade swing, trade swing. If you want to invest, invest. And don't look at it every day. Don't look at it intraday. God knows, don't do that. Don't be calling your account and check your account value every day. That'd be crazy. If you're an investor, don't even look at it at the end of the day. Maybe just look at it at the end of the week or the end of the month. Get the interval right. And you got to define the interval, what we call the trade resolution. Not me. You got to do that. And whenever you're talking to somebody, God knows, we're not giving out specific, recommendations, but when you're doing it and you're talking to somebody, you better understand if you're going to be heeding their advice, what is their resolution? What kind of time frame are they looking at? and make sure that, you're in simpatico. But here you're going to be learning to trade your own game. You're going to define it. Now we have this set up as 135. We have members that trade this 2 minute and 7 minute. We have members that set this on a tick data transactions, and they're trading it at a tick level, not a single tick, but several hundred ticks. Makes more sense. They can do that. You could do that. So we have members that, again, trade early in the morning. We have members that trade, other hours. And most of them are off today because they rarely trade on Fridays. They're done. They're all done. They made their money much earlier in the week and they're done. They're off doing something else. Thanks for your questions. I'll be here. I'll see if we can flatten this out here a little bit maybe with a marginal profit. We still got time. We got 30 minutes or so. The Q schools are very individual. We only do one person at a time. Well, one person individually, two at the same time, potentially on a given day. So they have to be scheduled. So you definitely would want to call me, make sure we schedule it, get it penciled in, and we'll work around your schedule. I'm flexible enough, and I am flexible, and it is 3+ weeks. Like if we miss a day or two, no big deal. We're gonna get done what we need to get done. We have on-demand video. We're going to cover, point and figure and Renko and custom Renko and options. And we're going to cover, everything. We'll go as deeply into it and get an idea of what you're trying to accomplish, what you want to do, and try to help you get headed in that direction and getting control of your emotions, getting your emotions out of this trading. Sooner you can do that. And we have very, very definitive mechanical steps to do that. And once you do that, I think you'll find it really, really liberating. I know our other members say it's like a huge weight, an anvil off of your shoulders. It's nice. And you can see there's a little asterisk that just went up. See the little asterisk right beside the 4? And I just went in on our matrix. Even though the strategy is running, I have a matrix, and I've just put a little mechanical trade in there that will hit and hopefully clear up this drawdown, give us a chance to finish with a profit should it happen so fast that I don't even have time to react. And I could be answering a question or two. So this is, we've drawn out before discretionary trading, mechanical trading, robotic hedging, and we go back and forth and back all the time. It's not like it's one or the other. It doesn't have to be that way. It's just that it's very, you have, what is it, 14 golf clubs in your bag. You've got different ways to doing it. Sometimes, you might actually chip the golf ball onto the green using your 3-wood. You can do that. You become a little more versatile. Sometimes you can do that. And so you learn to use the tools to either get the ball in the green, to get the quilt made, to get the cornice made on your roof line, to get the staircase made, whatever it is. And it needs to be repeatable. Nothing against stochastics and MACDs and all that stuff, but it's so much more. There's so much more to the trading game than that stuff. That's what everybody gets. Anybody and everybody who can fog a mirror can get a brokerage account, to get the stochastics, to get the MACDs. I quite frankly think stochastics and MACDs get people in more trouble, but that's me. But it does you no good if you can't repeat it, right? It does you no good to go to the driving range and be able to hit, five of good shots out of 300, and you can't repeat it and repeat it under pressure and can't repeat it on a golf course in a competitive environment. Need to be able to do that. And hopefully it's fun. It should be fun. I mean, I enjoy the hell out of it. And I somehow am in my mind, when I'm playing golf, I'm only golfing. A gentleman asked me the other day, he's like, Don, you don't tell people what you do? I really don't. When I go to the dog park, I don't tell anybody what I do. I like to just be with the dogs. When I'm fly fishing, I just fly fish. When I'm playing golf, I'm playing golf. And when I'm trading, I'm trading. I'm chatting with you all and answering your questions because I think it's cool. I think it's, I think of where and how we started. And so this is this trade that you see up here went in right here, went in on this one. We can go back and highlight this. It's what the machine did. So let's go ahead in here and maybe I should paint it red because it is short, right? Even though it's up. So let me do that. It's this trade right here, right? So there are, now, and I think you should. I think you should have some idea of what you want to do. I mean, if you do this, there's an investment of time, an investment of capital. I think you should have some idea. And if you want to talk one-on-one and call me one day, we can have that conversation. I never want to know anyone's private financial information. That's your information. Shouldn't tell anybody that, least of all me. But I think you should have some idea. And, we just started out 24 trading days in a month. If you count Sunday nights, let's say you trade on Sunday nights, which I happen to love. I do. And you don't trade on Fridays, right? Say there are 20 trading days in a month. Okay. Can you get in here with Swing Machine? Do you have the time, the patience, the discipline to come in on Swing Machine and execute 2 or 3 trades on a 1 minute, net yourself $100 a day? Do you have and if you did it for 20 days, it would be $2,000. But can you execute like that? 200 would be 4,000. 300, you can do the math from there. Do you have the focus to do it? Sometimes I see this a lot, not a lot, but I do see this, especially with the younger people today. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit older, but they have the attention span, maybe because everything is so quicker and faster, they have the attention span of a gnat. Do you have the makeup to be bored? Can you just, keep your hands away from the mouse? Can you just take your time? Can you sit flat for 2 or 3 hours? Maybe an entire day. Can you do that? I don't know, So it depends. Some people can't. I had one gentleman and we nipped it in the bud. He was to follow Swing Machine and he traded like 30 times. I'm like, how in the world could you do that? Because see, we can come in here to Swing Machine and I've got it hidden. Let me just show you a highlight. I got these plots hidden just to save space and time. or space, really, not time. But let me show you. We can see since 4 a.m. here, there have been 14 long trades and 12 short trades. That's it. It's the only number of trades. ES only 10 and 10. So I would come in and say, like, well, how could you have possibly had, X number of trades when the machine didn't even have that many trades? It was just trading way, way too fast. So we can actually count the trades that the machine is taking. And maybe you only want to take the long trades. So now instead of there being 26 possible trades since 4 a.m., actually this is since midnight, maybe you only take the long ones or only the short ones, or you begin to filter them out. And slow your breathing down, slow things down. In the beginning, new traders, we notice have a tendency to do a similar thing. They trade too much. They trade too frequently. They trade too much leverage, undercapitalized. And I think, they want to trade really, really fast, thinking that they can reduce their risk. And they actually do just the opposite. It increases their risk. Be better to slow down. Now, if the machine is totally doing it, the machine is going to handle it. But you've got to be able to drive the car. You're going to have a hard time letting the Tesla car drive you around if you don't have any driving skill or any confidence in your own trading. How did I mess this up? No, I kind of goofed this up here a little bit. But in any case, there we go. Okay, so the machine just flipped. So the machine took a profit. I don't want to lose track of my other order. I'm going to cancel it. That's not long. So we've been trading here and I'm down $600. No big deal for me. We've had a great week. It's no problem. I may bogey the last hole. But I'm not going to, play golf without a bogey or two. But we'll see if we can still finish here. Positively. Other things that we've seen people do, that I can, maybe help. I have seen some people, not trade all week and try to come in on a Friday and get it all done on a Friday. I don't think that's a good idea. I think, we try to help you get set up for success. There's a lot of things that go into that. But starting at the end of the week, at the end of the day, is not a good idea. You might be ready, and that might be your time, but that isn't the best time for the market. Also, we've had some folks say that, I'm going to come in and I'm just going to trade once a day. That puts a tremendous amount of pressure on you because that one trade could go it could be a winner or a loser. Anything can happen on any one trade. And if you start the day with, I'm going to trade just once, and you're going to be putting it on, it's a long time to wait and to ponder on one trade. I think it's hard to, get in sync on it. I would rather see a person say, hey, I'm only going to trade 3 or 4 times in a day. And if your first 1 or 2 trades are good and you quit, that's fine. That sort of thing is fine. Or if you're using the machine to pick off those trades. So we have some programs that, are meant to trade just 2 or 3 times a day, and it's totally robotic, and they just let the guys and girls just let the machine do it, and they just choose to turn it down. That's fine. So, but there are some things that you could be doing to hurt, hurt yourself. So we want you to be trading as a business in terms of extracting cash flow and setting yourself up for a successful, positive outcome. And be careful not to lose your patience and try to swing for the fences and, and like, this is the one time, baby. I'm going to come in and I've been looking for this opportunity and I'm going to, put on an outsized bet on something and the sucker just doesn't come in. Markets can get irrational. I think we're in it now, and they can stay irrational. I've seen it. I've lived it. Trust me. In the 1990s, kind of date myself. There was a whole contingent of people. You know what they owned? Man, you didn't want they all wanted to tell you how many shares they had. America Online, AOL. They had thousands of shares. AOL go up every day. It's going to take over the world. Remember that dial-up shit? The little discs were all over the place at Blockbuster. That was the other one. Even Blockbuster was a stock at one time. Man, there was no talking to those people. Like, hey, you know what? That thing's over, man. Time Warner bought them. It's coming back. Okay. Um, you know, that's the other thing. You never missed it. If you're thinking, everyone looks at in the immediate rear view mirror. So when America, as an example, when America Online, there were people saying, but there'll never be another America Online. Thank God there isn't, right? But there were tons of other new opportunities, tons of them. You know what they are. There'll never be another opportunity like Bitcoin. Nonsense. There's going to be tons of them. Maybe it's NVIDIA. I don't know. Maybe it's AMD. Maybe it's right here. Maybe it's right in here. Oh, you have to just be watching them. Here they are here. Here are some new ones in here. This is where this is where they started. Do you have the patience? Do you have the discipline to do it that way? Or nah, I just got to get some money on. So there's always more. There always will be. The market will never go down. Nonsense. It will. And it can just, even today, they can't decide, they can't agree on why the .com went from in March of 2000, the NASDAQ was at 5,031, I think it was, and it started to sell. Lucent Technologies was the most owned company. I had a ton of shares in it. It started to go down. And the broker dealer told me, said, well, it's just a Lucent issue. Don't worry about it. I said, dump it. Dump it. I didn't dump it. And it started dumping. And we had already been dumping. But then the market just started to go down for no rhyme or reason. There were thousands of more companies, thousands of more reasons to be long the market. We had the advance of the .com. We had Viagra. We had the Berlin Wall coming down. There were no wars, seemingly. There was no 9/11 yet. It was a beautiful thing. And it just kept coming. They just kept selling. It came down in 9 months. It came down 90%. The NASDAQ went from 5,000 to 900. It was shocking. And they just all went away. And everybody quit because you couldn't get any stock options. Everybody was like, screw it, we're done. And then it took 10 years for the NASDAQ to get back up to 5,000. And now the Nasdaq's gone from 5,000 to 20,000 in a few years. Okay, that's normal. I don't know. Maybe it's going to 30,000. Yeah, sure. Maybe. I don't know. It might. It's going to 50,000. I don't know. You know, yeah. Now this whole Bitcoin thing too, I sent on an interview that I heard today that really lines up with the way I think about it. Bitcoin came about in January of 2009. You see, I'm pretty skeptical on this. I don't think the crash that we had in '08 was an accident. I think it was choreographed. I think it was planned. I think the ETF structure was set up prior. See, and I'm very suspicious of the ETF structure. I think the ETFs really were set up in 2005. I think that was in preparation for the crash in '08. They squeezed the crash in right in between Bush and Obama, right in there in the political season. And I think was a planned hit. This whole Bitcoin thing came out in January of 2009. This whole idea that Bitcoin, was formed by Satoshi Nakamoto or whatever, that was anonymous and everything else. I don't buy that. I don't. I think that's such a crock. I don't buy it at all. Has it run up? Have people made a ton of money? Yeah, but I am highly suspicious of it all. And I don't understand for the life of me how cryptocurrency, particularly Bitcoin, but the cryptocurrency is supposed to be an alternative marketplace to remove, from the powers to be, yet it's now incorporated with ETFs. I think that is the kiss of death. I think it just further solidifies in my mind this whole thing is a scam. Maybe on our march towards, central bank digital currency and capital controls. But it doesn't matter, right? Because I'm not going to buy anything or invest on anything on any of that, and you shouldn't either. I'm not interested in how high or how low a market goes. I just assume the markets are rigged. I assume that they're fixed. I'm assuming that they're going to change the rules. I'm assuming that they know much more than me. I'm just going to trade the money flow, get my share each and every day, ideally, maybe not every day, but each and every week, extract my cash flow, have a great life, and move on and keep things simple. That's me. That's us. And if that resonates with you and that's what you want to do and you want to get started, great. If not, no problem. And if you want to hodl your Bitcoins, no problem. Do it. I wish you the best. I hope you nail it. And as we get a little runner here, let's see if we can let this run here. We only got about 10. Well, actually, the futures will stay open until about 4:15. Don't be surprised they drop right after 4. So we're gonna try to save our we don't want to embarrass ourselves here. Kidding. And we'll try to we just took a scalp. So we're down $300 for the hours here. No big deal. Right? A single trade. And we'll probably just disable the strategy right here. I'm not going to try to force an issue. It's a single trade to me. No big deal. No big deal. We've had a great week. I want to thank you for stopping by on YouTube. Be sure to visit the site. I'm in the office. You can call 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. any day, including weekends. I'm happy to take your call. You want to schedule something, you let me know. I'm in the office every Saturday morning because I want to be up until about noon. Then I'm out playing golf or doing something. And then on Sunday afternoons, but you can call anytime. And then Sunday afternoons, I roll into the office about 4 in the afternoon, start getting ready for another week, and we get ready to go do it again. I tell you, we work harder than the Federal Reserve, those ass clowns, right? I always picture, the Federal Reserve, they get this big, granite building up there in DC. It's like Cinderella's castle. There's nobody there, There's just the big facade. It's pixie dust. It's a facade. Have a great weekend, Tina. Any other questions, let us know. I hope you had a great week. Where else? Greatest game alive. And have a great weekend. Call anytime. Good luck, everybody.